I think now I can start the live stream. Okay, hey guys. Hello everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Um, Today I'll just only be talking about Linux. I recently switched into Linux. Okay, it's not so recent, but okay, I've been using Linux for about a year now. Though I've been distro hopping a lot, but now I'm more stable on this version of Linux. Well, I'm using Arch Linux. Using Arch Linux, and just quickly trying to configure this one. All right, it's all set up. Apparently, you can't directly respond to the chats right now because they're kind of disabled. I've really tried to configure them so that they work, but anyways, I noticed that it's not possible to text in the chat section right now, even though it's a live stream, which is ironic. Anyways, looks like a direct live video recording. Anyways, so hello, I'm Austin, a geology student at Kimathi University of Technology. Today I'll just be discussing Linux. I've been distro hopping in Linux, as I said earlier. I started with Fedora. Fedora was my first Linux distro. Yeah, Fedora was my first Linux distro. Let me open the browser real quick, so that you see what I have. Anyways, okay. So this is the oops. This is the first Linux distro that I used, Fedora. Okay, I don't know why I'm saying this in Swahili, but you just quickly change the language. Oh my goodness, I'm in images, that won't work. Please use English. Why would you assume that I use Swahili? Yeah. So this is Fedora Linux. This is the first Linux distro that I ever used. It was fun. It taught me a lot. Then I realized that it was a bit too high for me. It was like so complex. I did not really get much. Like I was getting into errors that I wasn't really able to resolve. Like sometimes I will try to download something, I could not find it. So Fedora uses RNF. No, it uses DNF. Is it DNF? Yeah, it uses the DNF software package manager. So like to install things in Fedora, you have to type it as DNF install, for example. Yeah, LibreOffice. Okay, something like that. LibreOffice Fresh or whatever software you want to do. But occasionally I would find out that the things that I want are not in DNF. So Fedora, like, then when I googled for the things that I wanted, like for example, I don't let me say something like is it beaming? No, there's certain softwares that I wanted, but they were not found in DNF. So I had to like switch to Ubuntu in a bit, because Ubuntu, I realized that it had a wider community. Like, okay, it's about the same, but Ubuntu was kind of easier to find softwares with, like, because most people normally uh, build for Ubuntu. Most developers, they build for Ubuntu. So Ubuntu, like in Ubuntu is like a Debian. I don't know which one's above, but I feel like Ubuntu, Debian is the one. Yeah, the universal operating system. So Ubuntu is based on Debian. Debian uses a package manager known as apt. So in apt, you can find so many things. In apt, you can find so many apps. So like most developers who develop for Linux kind of develop for apt. So like if you want open source, like it doesn't really have to be open source. It could even be closed source. Like you can have the original VS Code directly for Debian, but in other places maybe you may not find it. Yeah, so a bunch of packages. So here it was easier to find packages, but there were some that I wanted that were not really here. Like for example, I don't know if Airmon. Yeah, I don't know if Airmon NG was here, but I remember I was looking for this one. Sorry, it's already screenshotted there. Yeah, I was looking for Airmon NG, but I could not find it here in Ubuntu. So I had to like download no, it was there, but it wasn't really in Ubuntu. Like it wasn't there by default in Ubuntu. It was a tough thing to do. Back then I was just like learning how to really even interact with Linux. So everything was kind of foreign for me. Then from Ubuntu, I moved on to Kali Linux, because now I was kind of getting interested in it's not really very interesting. I was getting interested in networking. Let me just say that I was like starting to dig into networking. So Kali Linux was cool. This is where I actually spent most time. I just distro hopped a lot. Then I stayed here for like a bunch. I noticed that here this is also Debian based. So to install packages, use apt. But then there are some that already come pre-installed. So I was here for a few days. Everything was good. Oh, I even did this one, Kalinet Hunter, on my phone. In fact, I think I posted something like this in YouTube back then. Yeah, it was cool. Kali Linux was damn good. Actually, really enjoyed this one. Yeah. Then from Kali, I went to Arch Linux. That's when I switched to Arch Linux. So I got into Arch Linux like back when, before we even had an installation script. Like installing Arch Linux was one of the toughest things. Like to install Linux, actually manual way, you had to do a bunch of things. You had to type in a lot of commands. Like, okay, had to download and prepare USB. So of course, definitely you have to do that for all operating systems. After downloading, creating that, we'll go through this later on in the stream. We'll prepare an installation environment. Yeah. So once you're there, you start partitioning the disk using CF disk. I remember I used F disk. Then later on, I came to realize that there's something known as CF disk. Like F disk is harder to use. Look at how F disk looks like. We have F disk. Let me do it on NVMe 0 and 1. Oh, yeah. So, here, you have to type in the commands, like I don't know, it is s something, like you have to do them manually by command. Then later on I came to realize that there's another one, CF disk, which is way easier. Look at this, it's more graphical. Like I just select the thing that I want to alter. Like, yeah, this is my Linux partition. I'm doing Betterfs. Yeah, anyways, I'll discuss that later. Yeah. So later on, I got to realize CF disk, which is way better. So you had to do that. Then you mount the partitions. After mounting them, now you install the base system using, yeah, you had to install the base system. Then go into mount into the, like, charut into the main system, and then do all these configurations, like for example setting up network manager, doing root, creating users and other things. Then after doing all that, you now have to, then you can now reboot. And by the way, it does not come with that does not come with a desktop environment. Oh my, that was that was the craziest thing. Like, it all starts with a blank terminal. It's like looking at a terminal, just a terminal. You have a terminal like this, and that's how you start. That's how you start. Yeah, that was a crazy time. Anyways, I'm glad that now, like, imagine you're starting a operating system, like you launch your laptop and it starts with something like let me just do this root. Just starts like this. But rather, instead of saying password, it says username. Now you have to type your username, then type the password. yeah. That's how it was. anyways, let me put this on here, move this on. Yeah. So that was my first time looking at Linux. Yeah. So I thought that I had to build the desktop environment on my own. Like I was like kind of starting to regret. I was like, why in the world did I leave Kali Linux? Like, Kali Linux was there, it was just good. It was just there. It was ready to roll. But then I got into this operating system that even installing it was a freaking mess. But the reason why I actually went to Arch Linux is because I realized that Arch Linux is more, let me just say, faster, because not much is running in it. Like, if you just even look at their ISO, let me just look at the downloads. You just look at the ISO, it's 1.2 GB. Like, imagine that's an entire operating system, 1.2 GB. Compare that to even Windows. Like, Windows comes bloated. Let me do Windows 10, because that's look at its size. Oh my, I have to do that. Okay. Confirm. Sometimes this will not work, but anyways, it's working. Let me just pick any random language. Confirm. Here we go. Look at the size of this. I'm just going to show you from the downloads. 64-bit version. Look at its size. 5.7 gigs. 5.7. Imagine one distro is 5.7 and the other is 1.2. Yeah, it was ridiculous. It's a big difference. Even Kali is kind of big, but it's not that big. It's, I think, even half what Windows does. Like, if you look at the size of Kali, let me download just everything, because this is bigger. Look at the size of this one. Oh, this is a torrent. Oops. But you can see from here, it's 12 GB. 12 GB. Oh, that comes with everything. That comes with everything. But the main installer is 4.1. Yeah, 4.1. 0.1 GB. But when it comes to stability, let me say Arch Linux is the most unstable. But it's the one, if you really want to get to understand the workings of Linux, if if you really want to get into Linux operating system, I'd fully recommend. I'd absolutely recommend Arch Linux. Yeah, let me quickly set up something here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. This is exactly what I want. Okay, so where was I? Yeah. So actually, Linux stability, like actually, Linux is pretty unstable, but it was unstable back then. But nowadays, I noticed there've been quite major, significant improvements. So actually, Linux will teach you the workings of the Linux world so well, because like in Arch you get to break things. Like things do break a lot. Oh my! Like it's almost every day you have something break. Today you have for example, you're just minding your own business, just like watching your random, like just watching a video, then suddenly you just see a screen you see a screen telling you file system mismatch. You're like, what the what's happening? You just suddenly told that there's a file system mismatch. Could not, I don't know what, could not read display driver or something. You just every day you just gotta get a random thing. But nowadays it's so stable, like to the point that I can actually use Hyperland. I know I've been saying Hyperland a lot, but I haven't really said what Hyperland is. Let me just take you to the wiki and show you what. Actually, I don't want to take you to the wiki. Let me just give you Hyperland itself. Is this a dot? Oh my gosh, that's cool. Okay, Hyperland, that's cool. So, Hyperland is a Wayland compositor. Like, you see how my windows kind of snap into place? Like, look at this. See, it's like organizing themselves, snapping into place. Or when I put things so small, it doesn't look great. Anyways, but you can see, yeah, that is a Wayland compositor. It's a not Wayland, it's a tiling manager. So this is Hyperland. So it just offers those. They really have a good website. I really like this website. Like it's so interactive, even though it lags. But yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I'm not sure if that's intentionally, but kind of like it. Yeah. So this is Hyperland. You can decide, like with Arch Linux, you can decide to build everything from the ground up. You can decide to, rather than install people's distros, like there's so many Linux distros. Let me just even Google it. How many Linux distros are there? Yeah, that's ridiculous. There are more than 600. I even remember there was one, like this Justin Bieber distro. This is the crazy one. Like, look at this Justin Bieber Linux 2019. Like, it looks like this. Oh my! Like, yeah. That's a distribution, a Linux distribution. That's a Linux distro. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. So there are so many Linux distros that just pointless struggling to figure out which one works for you. So let me just tell you, in Linux there are three main distributions. Let me just call them distributions for now. So we've got um, okay. Let me start with. Let me think. Let me think. No, I'm saying the wrong thing. Oh, there is Arch Linux. Whereby Arch Linux is the one that I have right now, the one that I'm going to show you today. There is Debian. Debian is the one that we looked at just a few seconds ago. And lastly, we've got Fedora. No, Fedora is under Red Hat. Or I don't know which one it is. Yeah, these are the three main ones. So, if you look at Debian, I told you the difference between the three is the package manager. Like Arch Linux uses one known as Pacman. So Pacman, you just type a command like pacman syu. Syu means system update. Don't worry about this one. This is just so you see. Okay, let me just address it as it comes. So you got this pacman syu. This is a command used to update your system. So if you do it and interrupt an update, you can end up breaking your system. Not your system fully, like your laptop won't work, but your distribution will be unstable. You'll have to really struggle fixing it. Yeah. And if you take so long without updating, if you take so long without upgrading in Linux, you'll end up in such problems, because Linux is not just like actually Linux is not like just Arch Linux is not. It's meant to be a rolling release. I'll tell you what rolling. Okay, let me just tell you what rolling release is right now. So Debian, let me tell you. So in Debian we use apt package manager. That's just managed by themselves there, and you may get old things, like old packages, like some are 2 years tested. Red Hat kind of the same, but I think it's about 6 months. About 6 months. So like they'll do 6 months testing before they give you the package directly in their package manager. So like they will do the testing, so they make sure that they give you the most stable thing. But Arch Linux leaves you on your own. If a developer right now just creates a new file, like even on GitHub, like right now you just literally post something on GitHub, voila, like that, somebody on Arch Linux can kind of install it almost immediately. Because if you look at the package manager for Linux, currently I'm using, okay, I'll tell you more about EA later. Somebody can just Google something, like let me say OpenFOAM. Look at this, there are different versions of OpenFOAM I can get. The one from this one, I can get it from the 9th version. Like it's all built, all of these packages that you're looking at, they're built by, oh, there's even the Git version. So you see, like this Git will just give you the exact thing that is on Git right now from the GitHub. It'll just like it's like a way of just compiling the entire thing. Yeah, so it will download, then it will do the manual compiling, then it will download absolutely everything it needs. So occasionally you'll try to install with this one and find out that you cannot, like some package is missing, you get 4 errors, maybe the user changed something, or maybe the person that created this installation did not consider an upgrade. So if they did not upgrade it, it's going to cause issues. That's why sometimes downloading it directly from Git and compiling it on your own is also a great option, but it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to do that. So for that, just quickly check something here. Anyways, for that, we'll have everything kind of just flowing as it should. So that's essentially it. That's it all. That's about the package manager, Pacman. So that is Pacman. So the reason why I actually switched into Linux, is because I wanted the better performance. I knew that Linux has a better performance because just think about it. It's open source, so almost everyone can contribute to it. So like if somebody notices something like a performance, something like there's a performance, they can just contribute to the code. So the whole thing is open source. So it's built by so many people. It's not closed source. Like for example, the main okay, I'll show you some. I'll show you that later. It's open source, so anybody can just. It's not like anybody can do that. It's open source. It's not like everybody can just create on their own, but rather people will just do contributions. Like they can just suggest an improvement, suggest something through. Like if you know how GitHub works. That's it. On the side of gaming, I'd say Linux is also better. Like there's this game. I don't know if I've installed it. Also, I do not have it. Oh, it's there. It's there. I think they just feel like installing it. And there we go. I need upgrade. Give me 1 second. Let me configure something. Change that. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Cool. It's done. It's done. It's done. So we have Waso. Uh, One thing I can pretty much probably predict is my performance in this game won't be that good, but because I'm not a tactical shooter gamer. But anyways, let's see how this goes. So, Waso. Name. Video game. Mm, the new game, local game against. You know, I don't even want to configure this. No, that'll take me somewhere I don't want. Just start a game like that. So you see, like, yeah. There nobody. Why am I alone?
Get ready to ready. 3, 2.
I don't even know if these are people. Nah, I don't think so. I don't know who you are shooting or what you're going for. I think you're part of the group.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah, this is gaming on Linux. So, you can see it's okay on the live stream. It looks so choppy. I don't know why, but yeah. Anyways, let me just quit game. Let me just quit game. Anyways, but yeah, I'll be doing this game later on the live stream. Alright. So where were we? Oh yeah. So that was an example, just showing you, for example, how to install a game in Linux. So you just type in game, like, if you don't really know the name, like you know, sometimes you can type this one. Let me just put it here. You can type the name, but then you misspell it. Maybe you don't put an R here. If you try installing that, it will tell you that it hasn't found the package. But then you can just come and remove this S here. Just yay Waso like that. Then it will give you a list of things. Oh, yeah. That won't work. But I think you can just Google it. You can just I've forgotten how to use this one directly. But yeah, if you just say yay Waso like that, it'll give you options. Anything that has Waso in it. Yeah, so that's on the side of installation and stuff. Other than that, let me just give comments for, let me say, for example, people who are moving over from Windows. Let me just go to another screen, maybe two. Let me open. So in Linux, you don't have most of the apps that you had on Windows. Like you can see, okay, I've managed to get a bunch of them, but sometimes you have so many things. Oh, okay. Let me just give you everything from the start. So, Notion. So, like for example, let me give you an example. Notion. You won't find Notion on its own. Just like there you go. You have Notion. Now, this is an like a fork of the web version, like Notion Web. In fact, I think the performance of this one, the local one, is more terrible than the one than doing it from web. I think, for example, for apps like Notion, you can just do them directly from the web. But others, like you see how long it's taking to load. Yeah, it's even cancer. Yeah, so things like Notion, I prefer you do it directly from the web. But Obsidian is pretty good. Well, I think they have the original project here in Arch Linux too. So something like Obsidian is not an issue. Yeah, Obsidian works new fault. Do I have to give it a name? Okay, DGF. Okay, put it somewhere. Maybe my downloads. Great. So like look at Obsidian. This is that. Done a graph view. I just wanted to do this. Okay. Hello. Oh, yeah. Started typing here. Okay. So, Obsidian. Hello. Please. Yeah, Obsidian works by default. And you've got most of the features you'd have there. It's just like this works perfectly. I really like this one. So, if you're considering switching over to Linux, just know you may have to encounter new things. Like here, you do not have the Office products that you had. Like you do not have Microsoft Office. You don't have most of the things by Microsoft. I don't know if you have Bing. Let me just look at it. Bing. Okay, I'm not even seeing it in the first page, so I don't think you have it. Yeah. So you'll notice you'll have to move over to new things, and most of them are open source. It's like an introduction to the world of open source. So you get to experience brand new things. Like for example, here I use LibreOffice, which is pretty good. I actually kind of enjoy using LibreOffice over PowerPoint, but PowerPoint over Microsoft Office, but PowerPoint has its own special thing. Yeah, when it comes to presentation, PowerPoint is a beast. Yeah. So do title. Hello. I don't know what this is. I don't know how I kind of put these ones here. I don't know what they were or how I did it. But okay, I can't really remember. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. So you've got so many features. Some of which are almost impossible to find in Windows. You've got a sidebar. In the side panel, you've got most of the things you'd want. You can close it. You can open it. For example, you can add a style to whatever you're typing. So, for example, heading. You can just have them on your left-hand side. Then you'll just use them directly from here, like heading one. If you don't really want to go around switching over here, you can just have them by default already here. So you can have heading one here while at the same time having your inserts here. So you can work simultaneously on both. So like center the heading, say heading, and then let's put it all on the left and say this is a paragraph. Yeah, I don't want to type paragraph. Sentence. Yeah. Let me select the sentence. So this sentence you can now even configure it from here if you want. If you really feel like doing the configuration from here, changing how it looks like, other things, you can just do them from here. You can change the font style, font, most of the things. It's just like PowerPoint, but there is it's just not PowerPoint. I mean, it's just like Office, Microsoft Word. Yeah, so you can change even the font if you want. Put something like let me put something like something like this. Now when I continue typing, it will be on the other new font. You can see. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that's how it looks like. This is so one main advantage. One thing I really like about this one is that if you have a bunch of text like this, and I'm just typing a bunch of random things, yeah, something like that. If you want to add an image here, it's way easier than in Microsoft Office. I can find it easier here because here you get to place the image exactly where you want. Let me go to Pexels. This is where I get open source free things. So go Pexels. So like right here, if I just come and get an image, let me just pick one at random. This is an image. Yeah, download. My network is getting slow right now. Is it the network or is it the laptop? I'm not sure. Yeah. So we have our image here. We just look at Explorer. Yeah. So we have our image. Let me move this one over to the previous screen. Yeah. So this image, I want to put it here. In Windows, if you take this and put it here, it will just like destroy the whole document. But look at this. Here, the image is placed. I placed it here, so it goes right there. I know, but it is exactly there. You see, like the space between here and here shows that the image is right where you placed it. So, like if I just resize the image, you'll notice it will squeeze itself to exactly where I had put it. Can I even resize? Yeah, there we go. We're now resizing the image. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now you see the way the image can be placed anywhere. I can move it over to the left, move it up. You can see where it's anchored. So I can just anchor it somewhere here and it will be right there. So when I move it over closer to here, you'll notice the words that are beneath will be moved. So, and if I want the words to go to the next line, I can just come here and press. Wait a second. Okay, let me just put it as it's more fluid. It's more fluid. It's harder to do it without an actual document. Yeah, but anyways, it's easier to place an image wherever you want. There is no restriction. You can even place it half. Oh, you cannot. Yeah, but yeah, it's easier in image manipulation, image just presentation of files. Yeah, you can. There are a lot of features on the image that I can't even explain. Some I've never even used. Yeah, like you can rotate the image to whatever degree you want from here, or you could just do it manually by rotating it from. I don't even see the anchor point. But anyways, yeah. You could flip it this way. You can move it. You can even stack images. Then you can move it on top or below. You can change spacing. I don't even know that. Oh, spacing between the words and the image itself. Color mode. If you want a grayscale. If you want the image converted to black and white, you don't really have to go and configure them back there. You can just tap here. You can even add a watermark if you want to the image. Oh, okay, watermark. That's different from what I thought. You can alter the transparency of the image. Let me just put it back to default. Alter the transparency 50%. That is about half transparent. So like, but pointless. If you had another image behind it, you could now kind of see through it. Or you can add a square right here and put it over just to make the image have a color blend. Yeah. Yeah. Save or don't save, please. Yeah. Other than that, LibreOffice, actually LibreOffice comes with a bunch. It's almost like Microsoft, but everything has a new name. We've got LibreOffice Base, we've got LibreOffice Calc. Calc is like the Excel of LibreOffice. So like, it has most of the Excel features. You can do the computation, you can create histograms, graphs, just most of the things you could do with Microsoft. Yeah, you can merge cells. In fact, things like merging cells, I find it easier doing them here compared to in Windows. Like, I can just take these three, merge them and center. Or maybe I can just take, okay, also these three. Or maybe I can even take the entire group from here to here and just merge them and center. That creates this group. I can even merge them if I want. Okay, since they're already broken, I can just redo this. Yeah, merge and center. Then inside I can add a text if I want. Hello. This is the paragraph. What's up with me with writing the word paragraph? Every time I try writing, it gets jumbled up in my brain. Yeah, okay. This is the paragraph. I can just post something like that. Yeah. So that's essentially it. Other than that, we've got other things that you can configure. Like in my case, I've configured everything because I'm using a tiling window manager. I have configured save changes done. Yeah, so let me just quickly show you the dot files. cd2.config cancel config. So here we go, most of the configuration files. So most of the configuration, but that's a cool thing about in Linux. The cool thing in Linux, you can just configure everything, including the apps themselves, how they look, the font inside the apps themselves. Like for example, the app that you're looking at right here is known as Kitty. So I can just cd into this folder right here that you're seeing, Kitty. Kitty like that. And then I can configure it. So in NVim, you can see there are various parameters you can edit here. Let me just open Kitty right beside it to see what is happening. So if there's the text here, right now everything is if I decide if I want to change the font, you can change the font inside an application just by configuring it here in its configuration files. Some configuration files may be in a different location, but you still have the power to do that. That's the cool thing about that. So you can even customize the theme, the colors of the text in it. And this is the hide, the configuration that they've added. This is theirs. You can just do your own if you want, and probably just link it up with this one. So like you see here, they've included hide.configuration. That's their hide configuration. You can just come here and include your own. Like, okay, should we do that? Actually, I feel like I should do that. I want to do that. Yeah, I want to do that. Like for example, I'm going to move this font size to my own personal configuration. my own personal configuration. So in this case, I'm just going to, I don't even want to do the recording, so I'm just going to copy it directly from here. And just paste it here. Wait. Let me give it a name, custom.conf. Yeah. So when I do fuzzy finder, you'll see there is a new file known as custom.conf, which has the font in it. So this is the original configuration file. I'm just going to remove this. Right. Now when I open this one, you'll notice there's a new thing. There's a new font size. It's smaller. Like you no longer have that. But then when I come up here and just include my own configuration, it's my first time doing this. Let me. I don't even know if it will work, but anyways, include custom.com. Right. Oops. Custom.conf. Right. Now when I open the terminal, you notice now it has my custom configuration. Rather than having them right here, I can put them wherever I want. So this is the configuration. This is NVIM. I know people, the NVIM chats are like, why the hell is this person copying using the mouse? Anyways, I just don't feel like doing a lot of complex things. Anyways, so let me just jump down to 18 there. These are the 3 configuration files, so I'm just going to delete 3 down that, and write changes, switch over to this other one. Let me put them right here. Okay, let me yank this one. Let me delete this one and put it down here. Yeah. So that's my custom configuration. Like that's just like that. You've configured your own Hyperland. Yeah. So that is just Kitty. This application on its own. Just configuring it. How we have this image here and this text here is through a different file. It's .publishers. So in here there are a bunch of things. Like for example, there's this one. These are my aliases. I don't know if they came with anything, but I feel like I created them. I'm not sure. Then Zenit is for the installer. Then you can save history, append history, blah 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 blah. Some of the things that you look just configured here. Most of them are configured here. You just configure your terminal from right here. You can do a lot of configurations. Trust me, like you won't believe how many configurations exist in Linux. Okay, I'm just going to go to my hide configuration. Inside hides, wait, actually let me go Hyperland. Here we got all this configuration. You can configure the animations on how files appear, like when you open a new terminal. You see that animation right there? Yeah, you can configure it. You can change how fast you want it to go. You like that disappearance, how fast you want it to go. If you want slow, like you want to be fully impressed, you can do that. It'll just right within it. Anything animations. You can, yeah, you see you got fast, minimal, moving, standard, blah blah, and you can even still take the first one and just, rather than just doing it by NVIM, let me just move it over. So we got this first configuration. I can just move it over to my own custom animations and call it custom.configuration. So like, oopsie, my bad, that's a problem. I see the problem. That will cause an error. just move it back. Animations. I'm supposed to copy rather than move. Custom.conf. Rather than moving, I'm going to just duplicates. So I can just now customize my own animations. So you see, I can just my own, change its name, for example, from fast to something like cool. Animations. Enable, true, blah blah. You can just come and change how fast you want them to happen, like ease out, ease in, all that. I don't feel like doing all this configuration right now. Anyways, so there are other things you can do, configure the workspace rules, every other thing. For this for the Hide project that I'm using right now, they prefer you do these configurations in your own user preference, so that whatever they will do, yours will overwrite it. And if you do not do any configuration here, if you remove all configurations, the project will still run because most of the important configurations are already configured for you. So it's recommended you don't really edit most of this, like for example the one that I've created right now. Yeah, so we can just even kind of remove it. Animations. Mine was custom. It's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. It's just that I don't really like altering the configurations, because I'll start using this custom configuration, then I will update it, and it will not be backed up, so I might end up losing my own configuration. So I prefer having it here in user preference. So let's look at what we have in user preference. Oh my user preference. There we go. Here's my configuration, my preferences. Keyboard layout, I'm using US because yeah, that's the default one, but I just like specifying it. So yeah. Follow mouse. Yep, you can see sensitivity, natural scroll, how your mouse scrolls. I've set it to true because if you set it to false, the scroll direction will be the reverse. So when you scroll up, it will scroll down. If you scroll down, to scroll up. Gestures, workspace swipe. I've set that up because I have a touchpad, so I want to be able to swipe like this to the next workspace. Yeah, workspace swipe. I've got my device configured. This is my wireless mouse. So the sensitivity, I want it to be exactly 0.5. That's the one that I want. There is an acceleration profile that is not here. I think I've added it to another file. Yeah, there's an acceleration profile that I've set for it. That's why my mouse kind of moves different in Linux versus in Windows. So that's the configuration. Then we have most of these are workspace rules. Like for example, when I open Spotify, which I have a keyboard shortcut for it, I don't have to search for Spotify. When I open Spotify, I want it to float. This means, so what you're looking at here means float. Spotify size, this is the size that I've specified, the size of the app. So like, this is exactly how I want it. Yeah, and then it's floating, meaning it's up there. Then some are configured like opacity 1.0 for VLC, because when I'm watching a video, I don't want to be seeing that background back there. So in VLC, I've specified that I want an opacity of 1.0, but there is this blur effect. There is this effect. You can see my background from right here. Yeah, you can see my background from there. This one is to execute Easy Effects. Easy Effects is a plugin. It's not a plugin, but it's a software for configuring most of this. It's the first software that done on live stream. I don't even know if that live stream is still on. So just configure your audio. Currently, the audio coming into OBS here. You can just come and do various effects, like you can add a compressor if you want. If you know sound engineering, you can just do a bunch of things. There's a over here, there's a deep noise remover, echo canceller. Yeah, I haven't really configured this right here because I haven't done a lot of streaming. Like, this is literally my third stream. Yeah. Yeah. So you can just come and configure things from right here. Yeah, so I've set it to execute once, so it will just execute and not show on the screen. So it will just happen in the background, and its exact output will just be thrown into dev/null, which will be cleared when I restart my system. So the output, every application has an output. So even in Windows, they all have outputs, but they're hidden. So if I try to launch an application like Waso the game, right already in the game, out being sent to the terminal. You can't see them right now. You'll see that there are a bunch of things. It doesn't show it. I guess you have to specify verbose. But anyways, let me do something else. What? Let me see the downloads. Downloads. Feed into downloads. Here, let me open an application like the PDF, the timetable PDF here using okay. Let me open this image using GIMP. That image using GIMP. So GIMP Control Shift V. Oops. Here. Look at what happens in the terminal when GIMP comes up. You see, it throws in a bunch of things that are happening. It can give you errors and things. These are not hidden in Windows, so you can't really know what's happening. If anything is crashing, if anything is failing, if everything is working properly. But some of them are just minor failures, so you don't really have to see them. So as you can see, we've got the image here, the image that we just downloaded. You can just edit it here in GIMP. Oh, this is a good quality video. The image. I like it. Yeah. Then when I quit, you can see the output is sent there, and then I don't know. I feel like it just kills it, but literally, yeah. So that is the aspect of doing that. So a bunch of things. Most of the things you can do in Linux, you can also do them in. Most of the things you can do in Windows, you can also do them here in Linux, even though it takes a lot more effort. But eventually, you can still be able to do it. Yeah. So anyways, that is most about the Linux talk. So whether you should or you shouldn't get into Linux depends on your own preferences. So in Linux you can get most of the things you want, and if you're a if you really love customizing your system, you can perfectly do it in Linux. Windows doesn't give you such powerful options. Like you see the current bar display that you're looking at right now, like how it is configured, it's exactly through the terminal, like mostly. Yeah, so like if I change it, you see you can just change it, place it wherever you want. Right now it's the right hand side, then now it should be down there. So I'm just changing its position right now, but check this out. I can change how it even looks, like the exact configuration, how it looks, like where the different objects are placed. So like if I take it and place it like this, this should change a bunch of things. Okay, it's still looking pretty similar, but okay, this will take a time. This will take a while. Yeah, there you go. You see now it looks different. Now we got the workspaces here, numbers here, and we got a bunch of every other thing here. Sunset mode. Mode, you can turn it active, you can turn it off. Yeah. So, that is it. You can configure. So if you really love customizing your system, you can do them here. This is Hyperland. Okay, let me just say this is the hardest version of Linux you can use. If you are a beginner, this is the hardest you can. This is the farthest in the deep sea you can ever throw yourself in. Anyways, by the I was actually creating my own dot files. I've actually been having that project running for a while, which has taught me a lot. Just taught me a lot. Most of which I cannot talk about right now because that will take 1,000 years to explain. Okay, that's ridiculous now, but it will take a very long time for me to explain most of the things that are happening here. Anyways, yeah. So, for example, I get my repositories. I know most of you cannot access it. I know most of you cannot access it, but I'm just going to show you. It's still a private repo. Yeah, I've been making some projects in my free time. Anyways, this is taking too long to load. Is it even loading? Oh, yeah, now it is. There you go. This is my dot files. I call them mix and fill hyphen dot files. Yeah, mix and fill. So we have Hyperland, it's theming, Isazish, power level 10k. Yeah, that's it. Mostly it's bash scripting because you're doing a lot of configuration. Mostly you're just constantly doing configurations. I've got my own custom. There's some of my private things here. That's why I'm not like directly making this public because people will be able to access most of my private things. So this is what it looks like. You'll notice my configuration.config here looks kind of similar to what we have on hide project. Not even hide project. Actually, that thing is created automatically by these configurations are mostly created directly by the operating system that you are working on. So like for example here I've got my own custom configuration kitty.conf. So like if you look at my kitty.conf, but mine is not so open that you can configure most of the things. Mine is personally configured, but I'm working on making it more dynamic so that people can be able to download this and probably just so that people are able to download this and configure it for their own systems. So like, if you look at my kitty.conf, it's just my own configuration for the kitty file. But to find this code, to find the exact code you're supposed to write here, I had to do some research there. I know there are no comments. There are no comments to tell you what is. But yeah, mostly this is just the configuration of the looks and feels of the kitty application, and its theme configuration is how it is themed. There's nothing here. Oh yeah. Oh, this is the default one. Yeah. Then you can just alter it based on you can use a software known as Wallbash. Firewall. It's something that extracts colors from your background. For example, the theme back there can extract the colors and then use them right inside an application. Is it Wallbash? Firewall. Okay, I can't remember the name right now, but yeah. So that is the software you can use for that. Then on that, most of the things, let me just say, like for example, here I was using Rofi. You just get to discover new things. Get to discover new packages. Some are very important, some are very cool. Like it's almost like anything you ever think of, you can kind of find it in the you can find it in the Archisa repository. So like when you install Hyperland when you install Arch for the first time, the process that you use to install let me write this. Let me just quit. Okay, exit. So like by default, you will have you won't have the command yay to install things. Like yay is yet another yogurt. It's called yet another yogurt, literally. That's it. So yay is a project on GitHub. Like it's an Archisa repository helper. It's an AUR helper. So like rather than you having to go and manually look for why is this I think I literally typed yay. Yeah. Yeah. So yay. Yay is a GitHub project that oh my. Just yay git. It's yet another yogurt by Hogera. Yeah. So yet another yogurt is an installer AUR helper. It helps you in finding like various applications. Let's say you want to install something, but you cannot find it in Pacman. Sometimes you look for a software and downright it's not existent in Pacman. I think OpenFOAM is not in Pacman. Let me see. And in Pacman you have to literally type all of this like sudo pacman -s. That means install. Let me just add a y so that it updates the database. Install. Let's say OpenFOAM. Let's see what we have. So pack databases are now updated, and we could not find OpenFOAM. So you see something like OpenFOAM, sometimes you won't find it here. So that's why it's recommended you download Yay. So you can just install it. I think this is the entire thing. If you want to do it together, you can just copy this entire thing and this entire code and just paste it in your terminal and it will install Pacman for you. So what this code does, I know it's not it's not recommended to just copy code and just paste it in your terminal randomly without knowing what it does. You have to understand what it does first before it might end up messing your system because this is like pseudo privileges. Like somebody could just change this one and say delete, for example, the root files or something like that. Because Pacman, in Linux you're given full control. You can do absolutely anything. You can do anything. There's nothing stopping you from even deleting your own system. So when it comes to copying and pasting commands directly from some web terminal, I do not recommend to do that. So here we go. We've got sudo pacman -this. This one installs. -s means install, and if you add y, it will update database. So like in my case, just moving this y, it will just install without updating. So you see, do not go through the process of updating its databases. Yeah, so it's important. I love adding y so that it can find all the packages, even the new ones, if there are any alterations. With the y command, it'll just add, with the y option, it'll just go first of all, check through all the mirrors that you have, everything, just update everything so that you don't end up installing outdated packages and old things. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I was explaining this. So, once it has downloaded the tool, then it does a git clone, meaning it's installing git because you use git for cloning the git is a git is a package. Git is a package that is meant to allow you to access your Git projects, maybe from GitHub, GitLab, whatever Git you're using. From you can just get any repository Git. Just Google GitHub if you want to learn more about Git. So then you're cloning the repository. Maybe you could add a depth here, but no problem. I think it's not that big. I think it's just one direct. Yeah. So then you are cloning the exact project from archlinux.org, like Yay itself. Then changing directory to Yay, so moving from one directory to another. Oh, if you're from Windows, then you changing directory literally means this. Like for example, you're in home, change directory to documents. It's like clicking into documents. Then you can perform an action in it. Make package si. So like make package is to let me just clone this project so that you see what it is. It's easier when it's done. I'm just going to copy this. Yeah, there you go. So now we're here. So we've cloned something called yay.git. So there will be a folder called yay right here, and it's hidden. It's hidden. Is it hidden? No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Yay. So what I've done right now by double clicking, that is changing directories. So cd into yay. Like that, we are in yay. Then make package. This command, the si is meant to run the build process. So like if you do it here, to just run the build process. Anyways, yeah, I don't want to do that. So this now I'm inside the directory. Now I'm inside the directory yay. So let me just go back, change directory, cd dot means change directory to the previous one. Then I can just remove yay, but this way it won't work because yay has something in it. So you can say remove directory, remove dir yay, but then it will not work. So this remove works with files, like if it's a text file, if it's a it's an image, if it's a log file, just bash, just any file, any file that is direct, a document, something like that. All of those will work with this pretty well. But when you do directories, just as a safety, it's done using a different command, remove directory -a. So you can just remove it like that, or if you don't want to type all this, you can just type -r like that. Yeah, that will remove it. But now this is write protected, so you can press yes if you want, but I typically love just saying sudo. If you already typing, you won't have to type it again. So you see right now it has been removed, so it's no longer accessible because it does not exist. It has been removed. So if you just add a -r, it will remove it. Yeah, so that's mostly, I think I've said quite much. Yeah. So I think in the next stream I'll talk about KDE Plasma. KDE Plasma is the easiest way to dive right in. Yeah, KDE Plasma looks more like Windows. I'll get into that one. That one is easier. That's easier. But for now, let me just wrap up. I've spoken about that. You can close that. So that is it. You just configure most of the files if you want. So final tech, go into Linux if you know how to configure your system, if you do configuration. Let's begin with it. All begins with passion. Do you love configuring your system? If so, yes, then please, with all please just do it if you want. But don't just fully dive in. don't fully dive in, like just jumping into Linux, voila, you're in. Now you're trapped, you don't know what to do. I'd recommend you kind of like dual boot in your first days. Dual boot is like having both Windows and Linux simultaneously in this. If you have the same hard disk, you can do that. Although it's a longer process, dual booting. But if you don't, if you have separate drives, like in this case, I have two different drives. Let me just use SDLK. Yeah. So I've got drive SDA and I've got this NVMe card. So right now we are on NVMe. So if you have two separate drives, you can just have them individually have their own operating systems. Like for me in SDA, I have Windows, and in Linux I have NVMe. I know most are wondering why in the world would you put Linux in NVMe. Linux is lighter, doesn't require the fastest fastest tools, but no, actually most of my performance dependent, like the ones that require very fast read and write properties of a disk are mostly on Linux because that's where I do most of the heavy things. But gaming I do in Windows, yes, but my SDA card is pretty good. It's pretty fast, but NVMe is ridiculously faster. But I spend more time in Linux, way more time in Linux. When I go to Windows, I'm normally going for gaming or maybe watching a movie and a bit of live streaming, yeah, on other platforms. But yeah, so here, and that's the reason why I'm having NVMe to have Linux, because I spend a lot of time here. This is where I download most of my things, paste, edit videos, do what, yeah. So like I need the maximum performance on the side of Linux, the best possible performance my laptop can give on Linux. Yeah. Did I just change this? No, it's the same. Why am I not seeing OBS here? Okay. Yeah. So, essentially, that's it. The browser that I'm using is Zen browser. You can get Chrome if you want. Just yay Chrome here. Yay a lot. Now you know, you almost know the trend. Just type whatever you want. Yeah, here it is, Google Chrome. I know I've like typed a lot. I've scanned through this entire region now. Okay, I'm now getting used to scanning through it fast, so I can just find things faster. But the other way you can just do it is Google Chrome, then you can add the word Google. That searches for things that have both Chrome and Google in it. So Chrome, Google, you can find Google Chrome here dev, you can find Google Chrome 9, but you will get even better luck if you say the name like Google Chrome. It doesn't even have to be together. You can do it together, which will take you almost directly to it. Oh, that one's fine because it's looking for a package called like that. But if you search for Google Chrome as separate things, it will even give you the dash. You just search for anything that matches Google Chrome in it. Yeah. So in that case, we have that. It's pretty good. That's cool. So essentially, that's it. That's Linux. That's the Linux world. So I'm just going to give you a quick tip on Linux. Like one thing you gotta know. Most of the things you'll experience, somebody most probably has gone through it. So like for example, if you let me just open in a different kind of uh, browser. Let me bring it up there. 1 second. There you go. There we go. There we go. So if you experience an issue, any issue, just know somebody probably has already worked on it. So you can even ask ChatGPT if you want. But okay, yeah, you can if you know what you're doing. But ChatGPT might give you something wrong sometimes, but provided it works. Anyways, so if you have an issue, there is ArchWiki, for example. The advantage of Arch Linux is that it's free and open source, and like it's not managed fully by a person individually or an organization on their own, like hiding things from each other. So like everything, anything you have, any issue you have, you can just jump into the ArchWiki. Here you are. This is just telling you much about the ArchWiki. Just search for your issue. For example, okay, and able to mount Betterface, something like that. It's no, it doesn't look like that. Yeah. So something like that. You can just find somebody has done something on Betterface. Grab mounting point. Ah, there we go. There you go. I know what I search for is impossible to. How do I create space in Betterface? There we go. Like, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. But okay, I don't really like the search engine, but most probably you'll find somebody has worked on it. Somebody has worked on it. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. This is how to install it. That's what I was looking for. But anyways, yeah. That's it. Yeah. You can just even ChatGPT the issue if you had one. Yeah, and ChatGPT is a great. By the way, with ChatGPT, you can even create your own scripts that work in various ways. Like, when, for example, make a script like when you hit Windows and P, it creates a new WhatsApp message that can be sent. Like, you can do crazy things with AI and actually, it's like there are various cool things you can do. You can write various scripts. You can just go wild. Whatever you think, just build it. Nothing's stopping you, unless maybe you don't have internet. Yeah. Unless push comes to shove. Yeah. But anyways, with AI you can do a lot. You can do a lot. Yeah, I'm looking at something down here, and yeah. That's it. That's it. Anyways, so I think I've explained much. I think I've gone so deep. The next video won't even be this deep. The next video, it's like I'm walking in reverse. I've gone with the extreme end. Then the next one will be slightly shorter, and the last one will just be configuring GNOME. Yeah, so before I even do that, let me just quickly introduce display managers. So there are two common display managers that most people use. There is SDDM and GDM. So GDM is for GNOME and SDDM is mostly for others like KDE Plasma. The one that I'm using right now here, I noticed for Hyperland SDDM is great. So I know it sounds like I'm speaking in Japanese. So let me just show you an image of GNOME so that you see what GNOME looks like. Do you have images? GNOME looks like Mac OS mostly. Oh shit, this is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, GNOME looks mostly like OS and Mac OS. So you can see we got that. I think it's taking me to a different website. I don't want to do that. Yeah, GNOME mostly looks like Mac OS. There is KDE Plasma. Okay, it's supposed to be the yeah. So KDE Plasma looks more like Windows. An image in new tab. I'm really struggling with that. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to open those websites, but they're pushing me into doing that. I don't want to open all those other websites. But anyways, as you can see, GNOME mostly looks like Mac or like Windows. That's the reason why most people normally tend to go for GNOME because it's the most it feels native because they're used to Windows. But they can configure KDE in various ways to come up with brand new systems. Like people come up with cool things. Like look at this one. Look at this one. Look at this one. Look at this one. I'll show you how it starts. I even have KDE Plasma in my system, but I cannot switch right now because if I switch, it will end the live stream. Yeah, if I switch into KDE live stream, so let me just show you the photos, the photo, and Facebook is taking 1 year to load. Sorry, my network is a bit slow right now. We've been having issues. There are a lot of political things running right now in Kenya, so we have most of our internet down, and the performance, like, it's so much politics. I'm not a fan of politics. I'm not even going to talk about politics in my channel ever. But yeah, here we go, and I think I'm getting tired now. Yeah. Starting to get exhausted. Yeah, look at this. This is KDE Plasma. Is it? Yes, it is. I can tell by the date up here. It's a cool one. Yeah, this is candy. Nice. It's a good one. Yeah, people do cool things with KDE, but do good things with Highland. There's a whole Reddit that really looks into that. There's a Reddit. It's Unix on Reddit. Oh yeah, it's here. Oh, sorry, I got distracted a bit. Reddit. Reddit. It's Unix. Yeah, here it's where you can find people who have write their mailing managers and into cool ways. Like, damn, this is good. This is cool. Oh, this is actually cool. Okay, I will like to. Wow, this is really good. I don't know who this is, but wow, I'm really digging this. Let me just save this. How do you save? I've even forgotten how to use Reddit. No, I can still find it. I can find it very easily. But anyways, as you can see, people do some cool things with their systems. You can see some. This one has brought the old version to something 1990s. Yeah. Oh my, I miss this. Yeah. Mm, this this is Hyperland. I can already tell from that. Is this Hyperland? But this is so new. But I like what this guy is doing. I think it's going places. It must be going places. Yeah. This is Arch Linux. That's good. That's good. My first time using Linux, minimalistic Arch Linux setup. Yeah. It always looks like this. It's a black screen with a little ribbon strip to show you that yeah, display is capable of color. Other than that, yeah. People do cool things with Linux. Yeah. This is cool. Anyways, I'm exhausted now. I'm seriously exhausted. I have a class in the next couple of minutes that I need to get to. Oh yeah, I remember this one. It's a good. Wallahi. Bring it on, bring it on. I can fight you